Hello, what's up? Apparently not my camera. Not up enough anyway. What's up, my name is Lowell. How are ya? Yeah, I'm a little tired myself. Guess the sickness that I'm getting over is taking more energy than I expected. Just dragging ass, getting this stream started. Part of it is, I know I have to get more momentum going into this project because, I don't really have a lot of that right now. I was busy working on that map crap for a while. Oh yeah, I meant to send you just the PSDs themselves. I only did a little bit of them, but that's the cliff anyway. I just posted it in the map crap channel. If you want to grab that. Yeah, Ruined Terrain Project is the old stuff from Inconsummate. It's also got some new stuff in there. I just haven't gotten around to finishing it. Yet, anyway. I could probably take some of the frost that's in the middle of the, in the middle of some of the textures here and apply that to the Badlands, I mean to the asphalt. I'm kind of hoping somebody else does that for me. It looks brown. That's about all I can tell you. It's not green. I did that a while ago. So, basically the PSD, I'm not going to say it's remotely close to final, but the masking itself should be fairly good. I haven't gone through with a fine-tooth comb because it was map crap, but it should be fairly good. Like, I can see a couple of pieces here, like stray pixels that I would like to get rid of. I'll just do that. But besides those bits and pieces, there's not a whole lot, I don't think. The masking is also completely symmetrical, so at least for most of this stuff. Maybe some of the later stuff isn't, now that I think about it. But besides this, small corrections here and there, there's really not much to do for the masking. I already tried to use drop shadow for a few things. The problem is Even if you want to use it for the sake of making things symmetrical, I'll give you an example. So you take a shadow and you project it out, and obviously this is like way too intense for Starcraft, so you do something like... That actually doesn't look too bad. I just don't know how to mask it out after the fact. Ah, what's up, Luciferius? Why would you want that? Yeah, like no opacity, maybe. Why does this look better exactly? All it does is redshift the... Anyway, I've got to duplicate the layer for me to do that. The limitations here are that the that kind of drop shadow... I still don't know why you would want that, but... Why would you want anything other than a true black? I don't understand. Like, what does this accomplish that just making it whatever the normal one is doesn't accomplish? Jesus Christ, dude. Well, you don't get very far shadows then. I think the actual shadow direction of Starcraft is something like 60 or something. But the problem we're getting to pretty quickly here is that there's a shadow where there should not be a shadow over here. I don't know how it's getting that from this direction. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't use it at all for that. I would just manually paint depth. It's way more likely. Because what are you going to do? You would have to use like a glow or something, not a drop shadow, because you would have to have it be irrespective of everything. You would have to be irrespective of direction for that, if you wanted that to work. I don't even know what any of that means. You probably could do it with a script. You can do a lot of shit with this script. But seems hardly worth the effort. Well, if you're talking about asphalt, I can just show you what that looks like right now. Though I can't promise it's going to look much better. Excuse me. I like this one. Did a little dance and everything. I don't even know what this is supposed to be. Some sort of oven. Me not want to go to oven. Do I look like a magician? There you go. This is what it looks like. This is the resolution that you're gonna see in game. What's up, Dia? What do you mean the oven looks a bit off? Be specific. Well, that's the reflection then, not the oven itself. What else would it be? It's the gaps are from the bars. I'm just fading out the tiles. I mean, I'm fading out the reflection probably quicker than it, or sooner than it would be in a normal situation. But other than that, I don't see what I could be doing differently. I think it looks good as a facsimile right now.
Could this be the reason that you're fatigued? Now, it may sound exotic, something that only happens to people who travel overseas. Parasite.
It doesn't look too different from mine. It's probably more accurate from a perspective.
Something that only happens to people who travel overseas.
What did you do for your skew? Yeah, I flipped and then made it a line. Great. Yeah, it's the alignment part I'm getting tripped up on. What's up, Hoop? I don't know about that one. Flip in what way, man? Oh, I figured it out. I did it.
Even the expectation of noise is sufficient to build up considerable tension.
No. Yeah, for one, you can't make it animated unless you completely change all of the fucking cycle palettes that indices that cycle. It should be way darker, I feel like. What's up, Balathon? You missed map. That's alright. You're here for this stream. Excuse me. You're here for my coughing fit. Maybe you can pick something that you liked from the map craps that we just had and mess around with that as an idea. Or maybe you could come up with something that would be useful for your jacking on stream campaign. Something like I don't know, a mod that would be usable for all that. I'm sure there's ideas in your head. Though it is admittedly hard to act on any of them if you're constantly tired from work. Halo conversion mod, what? What are you talking about? Oh, Halo. Oh, I completely missed Halo's thing. Yeah, that would be a tough sell right there to find any of those assets, I feel like. That's where, like, oddly enough, it makes more sense, it seems, to take assets from other games, right? But then, like, just throw them into your shit and be like, all right, this is my original setting. Or original tech tree or something. You know what I mean? Like, somehow that makes more sense. Yeah, the Halo Wars structures are all, none of them look like real structures, I'll put it that way. There's still not really that many graded choices, though, so it almost doesn't matter. Like, even if those were acceptable assets and were easily accessible, you would still run out pretty quick. Real question is, at what point am I going to work on Todborne? I kind of got sidetracked doing this. And I'm certainly not adding these tiles to the ice tile set just so I can say that there was some effort justified. No, it's not your fault I got sidetracked. Well, not only your fault. What is this? This is my document for showing off the, well, it's like the installation cliff that I ported to Hydra or to Badlands at some point. So I've got a dirt blend and then I just threw in an asphalt blend to see how that works out by comparison. My mapcraft submission had I spent a lot of time making this for my mapcraft submission. I'll put it to you that way. Yeah, installation Badlands, because that's planned for Hydra. So I figured why not make it for my submission. Now, as far as I understand, just make some basic shit here. I don't actually know how many res areas are here, and I have a feeling I might add one or two. I think one right over here could be nice. So the other thing that I have to do in this tile set at some point, I don't know if I'll get this done by the end of January because there's so much that I've got to get done. But it would be nice to get some changes to this asphalt so that it looks more like it belongs. I think the biggest issue right now is, well, besides those like little bits that are triggering me, I think the biggest issue is it just has no depth to it. It looks very flat. I'm not quite sure why. Bum, bum, bum. So yeah, I've got to do stacked outpost. I've got to do the cliff ramp for asphalt into the ice tile set, both variations. And I've got to do, I don't know, I got to do a bunch of stuff. People are really loud for some reason. Why? Why? So that's going to be a double one. Double wide, like Tony. So this is the second map. I'm still not sure exactly how this map is going to play out. A lot of it is going to hinge on some interesting things. I'm not sure either, not 100% sold on the layout, honestly. Like, one of my ideas was, there's this event that happens where if you destroy this satellite tower in the back, this guy joins you. And then you also have this AI ally from the start that gets pressured by all three enemies, including this guy at first is an enemy. So the Cyan base, as well as the other two enemies, top right and bottom right, pick this guy off early on if you leave him out to dry and you don't pressure the other AIs or assist him in setting up defenses or anything like that. Which is fairly basic, right? It's what you would expect. But the other thing is making it so that the AIs properly set their... I don't know, like, I'm wondering if maybe it would make more sense to swap these two positions and make it so that the satellite tower is maybe like on this area, or, you know, put another set of outposts somewhere and make it there or something. I don't know exactly what I would do with it, but I'm thinking that that might be a superior level design, because then if you want to engage with, like right now, they're really out of the way. And I think that if I swap the positions, then your AI ally would be still pressured heavily by the Cyan AI, which would then be in the middle, and Torpedos in the top right, the black AI. Those two AIs would pressure him pretty heavily, and he would still eventually fall without any help. But this would free up Crack down here in the bottom right, the green AI, to attack the players more. Cyan would have easier access to both players. Torpedos wouldn't really be that affected, but it would also have better access to Darien in the bottom left, so there's that. And I think it also adds a bit more gravitas to the decision to engage with the Mongo Cyan AI. If you, like in the current situation, the decision is up to the player, but they have to go out of the way of the rest of the map pretty much. Like, there's not really much value gained in going there positionally. Like, you, by the time you get to this point, you either have to deliberately wrap around this guy's base to avoid destroying most of it, or you just get there by accident. You know what I mean? Kind of by accident. It'll be revealed from the beginning of the map, so you'll know what's going on there. But I think it would make more sense to move this into a location where it's still requires investment on the player's end to siege, but it would ideally allow the player to be making a more intelligent decision by going there. Because right now they kind of have to, like I said, wrap all the way around and move their army in a really dumb position potentially, because it could get pincered by other AI attacks. Three.
Marisa's waypoints. Additionally, you must complete this objective in less than 10 minutes, so hurry it up! Hurry it up! Hello? Do you know who you are? Dude, it's been... we're actually gonna reach the 20-minute mark before I can take control of anything. You fucking mongoloid, retard, idiot, asshole, moron. The embassy's alarm system is ringing. Run for your lives. Fleetwood here.
Oh... What a disaster.
Marisa's waypoint.
That's the origin of 2 mix plays right there. That one video had like 3 or 4. That has Control Z on that one, buddy. It probably has at least one more. So it has at least 3. Count them, 3. Crazy. Bum, bum, bum. I can't believe that I got 2 mix plays out of like the same sentence, basically. Though, just say something nice and hurry it up. I don't believe it. All right, hold on. Close that shit. All right, so at this point, I'm still struggling to see if it would make more sense to start working on... Well, I guess it makes the most sense to start working on something, whatever that something is. So, what do I feel like doing right now? Honestly, I don't really feel like doing much. So... Why don't we just take a look?
Morning, sir. I've got our battle plans drawn up and...
Hey, wait a minute. Where's my pizza?
Oh. Is right. That's what I
I got
said.
a voicemail telling me to come get some, but I don't see any.
You know, now that I think about it, that voicemail sounded like it was you.
You actually.
God damn it, Darian.
Sir? We're supposed to be fighting anime. Didn't you get the briefing?
There was a briefing? All I remember is smashing my father in the face.
Well, I guess you'll find out later.
You. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot I couldn't. Somehow I can't make this any bigger without cutting everything off. Which seems dumb to me. I can do this. No, I can't just make it smaller horizontally. It shrinks the whole thing. You see? I was trying to set this up earlier. It was not working very well. I know. I know. So this is the size it would have to be legible. But obviously I can't do that. I can do this. Alright, there you go, guys. There you go. Perfect. I don't know what anything was like before. This is live stream designing right here. No? What kind of Mongoloid do you think I am? Ah, fuck.
Who put humans on this map? I didn't approve that change.
Hey, there are anime here.
I told you,
I wish someone told me about this before now.
but tell me about it. I'm so tired of all these random surprises. How could you be surprised? You made the map! Hey, Cullen, do you think there's any enemies on this map?
That's on your monitor,
Probably
dummy.
not.
Because I have a 16:9 monitor.
Is this your dog?
Wait, you're not a dog.
I am!
You're supposed to be telling me how to use this unit you added to the game. And instead, you're being a dog.
Just pretend they're a paladin from Warcraft 3. I even made their ability hotkey T for Tony.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeehaw!
there you go.
What does this guy do?
He 360 no-scopes people with rockets while driving full speed. His rockets home in on targets. Don't ask me how it works.
Right. Well, I guess I'll use them if I ever find myself playing Call of Duty.
No scope, more like end scope.
It's because you have your I think you can make it into theater mode or something. Excuse me. Donuts? Hi. What an epic wireframe. Alright. This looks good enough, I think. Is the text legible for you guys? Problem is, if somebody sends a big message, it's gonna obscure the minimap completely, so just be ready for that.
Even more anime?
What, the stupid humans here?
Who the hell are you?
Didn't you hear me the first time?
Cullen, who's this mongoloid?
My name is...
I don't know. Just some moron.
You will pay for this. I just wanted to smash my idiot rival Crack. Now...
Thanks for the end.
Crack, crush Mongo. Crack, crush Pinkfins.
Hey, I'm not pink. That's it. You're fired.
What? No!
Well, I guess we have an objective now, so that's cool.
I really like the idea of, like, just the subtletism of the fucking
Probably not. Wait, didn't I just expand?
enemy reacting to the player getting objectives. I think that's good. I'm a fan.
I'm setting up an expansion.
Okay, thanks for the update. It was really important.
No problem. I know you could have seen this by paying attention to the minimap, but if I don't put enough transmissions in this map, Blizzard will never hire me.
Oh no! Then you won't be able to accidentally record your farts and use them to make higher quality Zerg unit responses.
I know. That would just be tragic.
Hi. Why is Joe Rogan? That's the fucking engineer, dude. That's the human advisor, the police advisor. How dare you call Joe Rogan a cigarette-smoking motherfucker from Priority Survive? Dogs! What a disaster. I'm serious. Something is very wrong with this mod. Oh yeah, I reused them for this. I think I should grab the weapon icon that you made for that too. I forgot to grab that. Literal shit, by the way. I forgot to change that icon. Or that name. Annihilated.
What do you hope to accomplish by attacking my expansion?
In real-time strategy games, denying your enemy's expansion can reduce the amount of resources they are able to harvest. Doing this often results in your enemy's armies being more limited, as they will have less resources to spend on upgrading, changing tech packs, and additional units.
But I'm an AI. I must not require resources.
Yeah, but Darian made this map, so...
No.
I like how half of his attack force is down there for some reason. Oh shit.
Beware, my enemy! The police have come to arrest us and take away our goods.
What? That's crazy talk. My men would never watch anime.
This is a pretty lethal attack force, again.
Wait.
I said men.
Oh, yeah, well, I guess I'm just killing myself.
Totted for death. Oh yeah, the ice script for them is probably wrong. Well, the ice script is definitely incorrect because they keep playing the crow death sound. The fucking grenade launcher sound. The turret is spinning out of control. Yeah, I make sure to make it so that the turrets spin a lot. That is very much by design there. Uh-oh. Hi. That fucking engineer is a sneaky motherfucker. I like that. Annihilated. I really like the grenade launcher. It's very good. I still don't know why they don't use the heroes for defense ever. I haven't figured that out. They have the guard shit unticked in units.dat, and they have a whole bunch of other stuff. They have the requests, obviously. Annihilated. Yeah, I agree. We need a custom interface, BF. Can you put some... Make it look like a... it should be like a wood panel desk or something. Oh, kissies! What an amazing unit, to be honest. Dogs. When they fucking bounce, kisses just start bouncing. Yeah, a hammer projectile would be pretty good, actually. Ah, That's what I like to see. That's what I like in my fucking mod. Honestly, that is some of the best stuff. Yeah, just keep spinning, dude. You'll get out of there eventually. Dude, what is this man? Get out of there. Escape. Escape. He's fucked. When should they not rotate? I like how this upgrade lowers their DPS considerably in given circumstances. That's very funny to me. It is an upgrade, though. It improves the end user experience. Reasonable. 3. What pulsates? That could mean anything. Whoa! Oh, you're not going nowhere, buddy. What a retarded mod this is. Holy fuck, what happened over here? Oh god. This This is too much. Hi. Dogs almost killed him. You gonna let this happen? Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure this is an infinite standstill. I enjoy the text-to-speech when the spammers die. Or the subscribers, rather. Annihilated. What the fuck? Jesus. Jesus is fan fiction. I like that the warden just started spitting again. No! Somebody scout the crow! What do you mean? You're watching magic happen? Crow? I like the furry running around crazy looking for something to lick. I agree. Annihilate. Oh man. Oh, what a mess. Just watching this area of the map alone. What a mess. So the Kissy hit smoke is actually used by other assets, so we can't really remap that one alone. We would have to remap something else. Anyway, that gave me a small to-do list to fix stuff both in that map and in the mod generally, so I will tackle that when I get back. I just gotta use the bathroom, and then I shall return to punch you in the face. Bye. Hi. I have returned. Sorry about my extended vacation. I found some fish, so I'm going to be eating that. It's very exciting. Should we watch something together while we feast on dinner? Oh boy. Here, Fagudo sent us a timestamp. We'll watch that.
They refer to me as Andrew O'Ham, or by my call sign, Raven. You know what a raven is? It's a crow! You fucking simulation bastard! You'll never take me alive! I killed all the crows in my neighborhood. You'll never get me! Never! Oh shit, I missed the line. Just what is deemed normal in a galaxy like ours. We are the future of the ape kind. Monkeys. The Protoss.
Oh, wow, this is real.
All guided by psionic power. Next.
This is a racist campaign right here. Also, Shirk posted a video. Let's watch that. Hold on, I should watch this on my other monitor, please. Well, it was not worth watching, unfortunately. What is there to watch anyway? Anyone got anything? Doesn't look like it. It's over. No, what the fuck? That was a very scary second. Oops. I'm having I think it's salmon, right? Yeah. Salmon with kale and Alfredo sauce. And breadcrumbs. $3D models that you can grab for free or whatever. It looks like somebody ripped them Never mind, it's not a rip. Oh, you friggin' didn't. You don't call me an idiot, cause I'll friggin' flame on your ass. I did not realize there were more weapons. I searched them, but only 5 or 6 came up. Please neg rep me if you can. I want to get a very high negative rep. Dude, this guy's crazy. All I found is a Halo model on Hive Workshop. That's all I got, yeah. I accidentally downloaded a file. That's probably a virus. Yeah. I know. Trust me. I looked at it, unfortunately. This is very good fish. What's the icon? Hey, what's up, Veek? Oh, Oracle, you mean? Yeah. I think I am going to have to do that layout change that I was mentioning earlier. See how that looks. Then after that, I'll probably mess around with the tile sets. Try to port those asphalt ramps. Been dragging ass on that. My thoughts on today's map crap. See me after the fish. I'm almost done. I only got a couple bites left.
I can see the end in sight. I read between the lines.
I've been thinking recently about the relationship between knowledge and trivia. Well, I guess knowledge is kind of a poor word because trivia obviously falls under knowledge. I guess wisdom and trivia? Nice. What do I mean by trivia? Like, if I want to change DAT requirements in Firegraft, including removing DAT requirements in Firegraft, I have to first click on the button sets tab, then the DAT requirements tab. Shit like silly, stupid stuff that does not improve your mastery or demonstrate your understanding of concepts. It's basically like how you... I don't know, it's like, it is the minutia. The mechanical minutia that you have to follow. Like little tiny mechanical rules that are not limitations of concepts, but limitations of tools. I think when you get bogged down by that, it has a marked impact on your ability to focus entirely on what you should be focusing on in an ideal world. Which would be like... It would be... like, the tools really should just be an avenue of expressing these concepts rather than being so limited by bugs and stuff. I guess that's the best way I can put it. Welcome back, Balathon. So the comparison here is like... Firegraft is a tool that enables you to change tech trees in some way on a mechanical sense, right? But instead of focusing entirely on the conceptuals behind tech tree changes, I have to focus at least part of my attention to remembering stupid trivia about how the program works. So I can't demonstrate my mastery of the subject completely with this tool, because the tool does not facilitate that. And the more I look at the tools that we have at our disposal through this lens, the more I realize we have no tools that even come close to prioritizing that sort of interaction. So Firecraft is an obvious example, but it extends to everything. It extends to SEM draft in many ways. You know, there's ways that you can place, the trivia in this case would be like knowing that I have to set up my tile sets in such a way that I can quickly grab bits and pieces of them and place them wherever I need to. In these 4 blocks, right? I have to arrange it in a certain way. There's nothing that demonstrates my wisdom of terrain design or like my graphical abilities, my abilities as a terrain artist. There's and nothing that demonstrates my wisdom as a level designer. This is just trivia that I have to deal with, minutia I have to deal with, that really has no bearing in it, and it's all because of a limitation in the tools that we have. We can't place an arbitrary number of isometric tiles, even if they're set up the same exact way as existing isometric tiles are. It just doesn't work, it seems. Maybe that's just untapped, but like that. These are fundamental, like very foundational things that you'll notice. Yeah. And I think like Starcraft is way too fucked to be saved from this. Like, it's impossible to save Starcraft from this fate. It is just a disaster. But I think you could quite easily take this concept and use it to inform the design of a new engine and the design of tools for that engine, and so on and so forth. I think that would be useful, believe it or not. I think that would be really useful. I would hope, anyway, that it would be really useful. It's just basic stuff that you would wish was more widespread. Yeah, no kidding. Oh yeah, of course. Like I don't ever expect an idea, like basically the idea that you would eventually eliminate the need for trivia or minutia in this case, right? For one, I don't think it works for humans. I think humans kind of need some sort of minutia, some sort of mechanical interaction with systems in order to properly go through a development process. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe people will adapt to not needing that. Because the future is going to be through, AI-driven automation or neural interfaces or whatever, where you will just be able to think, and the AI will automatically be building that shit for you, right? So you'll be able to do it without lifting a finger, in theory. Because of that, though, that's going to dramatically change things in ways that nobody can foresee. So not even really that. It's like it's too nebulous and freeform a topic to really be that interesting. It's one of those things that could go so many different ways that why even bother, you know what I mean? But that being said, eventually we are going to get to a point where the AI eliminates the need for minutia, right? We eliminate the need for minutia through technology. Maybe it's not just AI, right? It would obviously be some other things. The AI is like a catch-all term. And but until then, like, I think this is a valuable paradigm to consider your tools from the perspective of, because if you look at it like that, you can gauge how user-friendly your tools are based on how much minutia and trivia they need to learn in order to get the most out of your tool, right? So, I think in that context, it ends up being quite... I think it shows you what you're looking for, I guess. Oh yeah, what about Mapcraft? Well, I'm done with my fish, so I can tell you about it. Yeah, that went well. I think the system of having 3 days is generally better. That seems almost inarguable, actually. We're now in a position where we can comfortably say that I don't know. I can comfortably say that I find that superior system. I don't know about other people, I guess, but sorry, coughing right into the microphone now. Losing my marbles. Losing my vitamin C. Well, you could have gone for other things, I guess. You could have found some custom music. Well, I guess you had custom music. I could barely hear it, so I don't know what it was actually like. But I don't know. You could have gone for something completely extra, you know? Maybe more unit responses or something. More tech tree changes for the player. Yeah, I've noticed you seem to be increasing the scale of changes that you've been making. Jesus Christ, how many times am I going to blow my nose? Analysis paralysis. Another word for perfectionism. Oh, not really. It can be that's a bit more vague, we'll say. I think the first bit of time would just be spent repairing these SCVs or these engineers. So it doesn't really make any sense to make them wounded. I don't know. Maybe I'm incorrect about that. Yeah, so 2 days ago I woke up. What was that? Sunday? Sunday I woke up with sore throat, but no coughing and not really that much nose blowing. Then Monday morning, I woke up and I felt very congested. But I blew my nose a lot in the morning, and then I felt better. I was still blowing my nose throughout the day, but not as much. And it's really come to a fucking head. Somehow it got worse over the course of those days instead of... I thought, like, at the end of the first day, I was like, wow, I feel completely fine. And then the end of the second day, I was like, you know, still it felt better. I was like, okay, well, for whatever reason, it was worse. And I still feel better now. And then this morning was way worse. My voice was barely there at all. It was still recovering by the time I started my stream in the morning. And now it seems mostly fine. It's probably still deeper than normal, but that's normal when you have a cold, I guess. But somehow the symptoms are becoming more pronounced. And I'm becoming sicker as time goes on. Like, it's like a spike where, like, the first day is like, boop, and then it cools off towards the end, and then it spikes higher with each day, and still still tapers off towards the end of the day, but I don't get it. Well, your tech tree changes are not... Your sense for what would make a good tech tree change is not really going to improve passively. You can soak it in by playing somebody else's stuff and considering whether or not those are good or bad changes and thinking critically about those. And that can help inform your own decisions, but I don't think it is enough in most cases. So, all right, before we do any of that, I need to... What was I gonna do? I was gonna fix something in the AI. I think Crack keeps misplacing his, Excuse me. Oh boy. Yeah, well, ideas are a little bit of a different thing. 16, 32, 9, 12. Yeah. That's why. For some reason, the external definitions file lookup doesn't keep your old or prior things. It doesn't keep your previous lookup information or whatever the last folder you were in. A fix for that would be nice. What did you think of the podcast, my man, my you? Oh, I'm not anymore. The context of that was like for most of my life. Yeah, like prior to 2017 I was pretty fucked up. Like just aimless, you know what I mean? A slow waste away existence kind of deal. I didn't really give a shit about anything. I was even like, I was treating it like I wouldn't want to make long-term plans or goals, and my excuse was always that, like, I always said this, which sounds so fucking melodramatic now that I look back at it, but I always used to say stuff like, well, I don't even know if I'm gonna be alive next year or 5 years from now, or something, like, as if it's reasonable to, like, obviously nobody actually knows, but that's not what I was saying. It was more like I give so little a shit about life that who knows if I'm gonna like die of some stupid ailment that I didn't get checked out. Like, I didn't really take my health seriously at all. It was pretty retarded. One of the things that crow-pilled me out of that actually was I saw other people doing that behavior, and I was like, wow, I don't want to see myself in these people. These people are fucking idiots. So then that was not really what snowballed the whole thing. That's not where it all came from, but it was I definitely, that helped. that always helped. Like, I was seeing other people say similar shit to me, basically. Similar shit that I would say, rather. They'd be like, somebody, I think it was as benign as, like, what was supposed to be a conversation about food. Like, somebody was saying that they wanted a cheeseburger, and then somebody else, like, made a trivial, like, super common joke about Americans. Like, oh, you fucking American, you fat American, or something like that. Like, it was just, like, a nothing joke. It was like, it was so commonplace, it may as well have not been said at all, because it's, like, implied whenever somebody mentions the word cheeseburger and happens to be an American. It's like, wow, you're really living up to the stereotype. And so that was said, but then the guy who was talking about cheeseburger, the first guy who brought it up, responded like, listen, man, life's not worth sticking around for. I'm gonna eat a fucking cheeseburger. It's like basically the same shit that I would say, but taken to an even more extreme. But I still saw enough of a similarity. I was like, this is fucked up, man. I can't be like that guy. I hate that guy. That was another thing. I used to hate people all the time, like, for no reason. Just like, I really did have nothing better to do than to just fucking, like, pour negative energy and mental energy into these people. And I would just lambast them. Just fucking yell at them online. Very productive use of my time. So, yeah. But I talked a little bit about what changed that. I didn't really go into too much detail about the whole depression thing, but it was more like a lot of it came from finding a reason to actually want to stick around. You know, like, obviously you have family and stuff, but you need more than just family, and you need more than just friends. Those are helpful, obviously, and it's good to have a sense of community, but it's more than just that. You need to find some way to, like, something to do if you were by yourself, or if you were estranged from your family and friends anyway. Like, what would you do? You know what I mean? And what do you want to do? Because you can't, like, if what you want to do depends on other people, then it's not great. That's not to say that you shouldn't involve yourself with other people, but I'm sure people understand what I mean by that. Like, obviously I depend on iQuare for a lot of stuff, but if iQuare disappeared tomorrow, or if DF disappeared tomorrow, I'd be pretty upset because they're my friends and I wouldn't want them to disappear. But as far as the work goes, I would find some way to continue the work, either by learning the necessary mechanics or downsizing the work, right? So I would find a way to continue doing my thing. The problem was that even though I was doing Brood War work when I was depressed, I had not really self-actualized the work itself. You know what I mean? Like, or actualized the work itself. I hadn't taken it seriously enough. Like, I was too scared, in a way, to really step out of my comfort zone. And, like, okay, I'll put it to you this way, right? In Consummate was the first project where I did significant hero changes, custom upgrades, custom AI, custom terrain. Those 4 at the very least. But also, like, taking into consideration enemy personalities, right? Which is sort of like the same thing as custom AI, but it's like from a conceptual standpoint, it's different. So, yeah, we're already filling a whole hand up here trying to count all the things that this is the first time I did. If you look back at the projects, obviously nobody else knows this but me, but the projects that I was working on prior to Inconsummate shared a lot more in common with themselves. Inconsumate's a huge departure. And I think it's no coincidence that when I did something I had never done before, not only did I complete a campaign, which I had never done before, which I talk about on the podcast, but the campaign's mechanics or the features or whatever include things that I had never even thought possible before in some cases, like the custom tiles, or the degree to which I was able to customize the AI at that point for me had been unheard of. Like, obviously other people had heard of it before by then, and now it looks very primitive. But at the time, for me, it was a complete change. It was a radical overhaul. And it really marked a lot of changes in my design process. And I think when I realized that I was pushing myself in a direction that I had never gone in before, that was when it became clear to me that this was something that I could see myself doing for a long time. And that I could do and be happy with myself improving. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't really feel like I was improving that much when we're talking about the going through the work of the previous projects, you know, prior years, 2016 and somewhere like any time between 2011 and 2016, which is when I myself tried to take my project seriously and mostly failed. That's during those periods of time, I did obviously improve in certain aspects, but I didn't improve in the process of improving. I didn't even think about that shit. I didn't improve in my personal life as far as like developing a work ethic or considering how Project A would feed into Project B when it came to learning certain things. Like, when I sat down to work on Inconsummate, one of the ideas that I had, like the direction of the campaign, was... This is going to sound funny if you were around during Inconsummate's launch and you saw like what people were saying about it. My direction for the campaign was to not impress anybody necessarily. It was not to blow anybody's socks off. I think I even say that in the review. Let's go hunt this quote down because not the review, the readme. I guarantee you I said something to this extent. Yeah. As Inconsummate, Inconsummate is the first major project I've completed. As such, my goal for this campaign is not to blow everyone's socks off, but to develop a bar of quality that all future work of mine should either meet or exceed. That was what I said in the README. And in the project, like the Google Doc outline for the project, back when I still used Google Docs, it says something to that effect as well, but it's even more foundational. It's talking about like, I'm going to use Inconsummate as a platform to experiment with custom AI and seeing how that can figure into my future campaigns and stuff. So, like, from the onset, I was using a project as a stepping stone to getting better at the work of making a custom campaign, as opposed to putting all of my eggs in the basket of this project has got to be great. You know what I mean? Like, greatness, in my eyes, was something I no longer assumed I had or was capable of, and instead I tried to reverse engineer a process in which I could become great. And I think that was what really changed things. Like, even now, I still look at all these projects the same way, in that same way. And I think that's a guiding mentality that really never leaves, once you get it, anyway. You should really work to hold on to it. Because if you can focus on figuring out what an individual production that you're working on can do for you as far as improving the asset pool that you have to draw upon, like what I do with Mapcrafts and making custom tiles, improving your process by which you make those assets or make the maps themselves or make anything. What you're looking for is improvements to the process in which you're, or the process that you are using. And success kind of comes naturally. It kind of just happens as a result of that. That's not to say that I didn't want people to enjoy and consummate, or I wasn't designing it with the idea that people would be satisfied with it. I simply was not designing it at any point with the goal that people would be like. I wanted to look at it more like this is a project that I'm going to experiment with. Like, it really was an experiment in many ways. So I had a lot of things going for me as well. I had spent a long time figuring out ways to make impressive, I guess, choreography, for lack of a better word. Like pacing of cutscenes and stuff. It doesn't really look like it now, because if you compare it to something like Stormborn's briefing even, the pacing is clearly improved. But that was a strength of mine going in, relative to my peers anyway. Most people... like, I still made the players sit through shit, but I thought that the stuff that I made them sit through was engaging. Whereas if you look at the stuff that most people sit through, not so much. And I knew going in I was going to have voice acting and all that, so... Can't kick this fucking cold. I can't stop blowing my nose. So we fixed the Dragon Ball Alter spot, in theory. Really, I think that was it. I think that was all the stuff that I wanted to do for that. So. I can open it up in a sec. And Okay. So that's probably where the radar tower will be. I might change that significantly. But I'll have reverse ramps around these parts. Do I need a special MPQ to open this? Can I just use the default one? Is that Badlands? Yeah. Well, I don't know how you managed to pull this one off, but that geyser's not even assigned to a res area. That's impressive. Figured there was something going on there. I think the map is a little small for what you're going for. But you make pretty efficient use of the space in terms of number of resources. I would tell you to check your AI town locations. This might be a tile set issue with an MPQ mismatch. I don't know if it's going to be accurate compared to my ship, but... Okay, so when you're going to do minerals and gas, you want it to be the same expansion, and they're going to be on different height levels. You have to trick the game into thinking that the minerals are actually on a lower level, which means you have to put the minerals on a lower level, more or less. You have to do this carefully. If there's any pathable, like walkable terrain tiles that are also on a lower level, then a unit on there will lose vision of everything around it, so... They have to be unpathable, just i.e. only underneath the minerals. So for this, you would need to take a copy of every tile that you want to place here. So the doodad tiles and the structure main tiles. You need to make a copy of those in the tile set and keep them completely walkable and have them be obviously low heights. You wouldn't have to edit anything when you import them, just make them walkable. Then you could place them here, and they would link with this, right? So that's again, trivia, minutia. That's how you would handle that. You do have a couple of repeating cliffs here and there that I would look out for. Anytime the same tile is right next to another one of, well, anytime two or more of the same tile are right next to each other, it does end up distracting the player. At least it distracts me. Maybe this is just me. I would say pretty much every single case of you using these lower dirt bits, it would be better if you used cliffs. Especially over in the top right, it would add a little bit more sense of scale, escalating from the low ground up to the high ground, and then you get like a little taste of an even higher ground, or make this whole thing higher ground. More minutia is just make sure that, again, this might be just me, but go into untick use defaults, tick AI town locations, make sure that that's not fucked up. That'll help you preview stuff in general. What do you mean? Or I'll show you. So you're using the same tileset that I am. Maybe you deleted the palette. I don't remember if I was playing in nighttime or not. So you just go to the terrain layer. You tab into tileset index. You just scroll down 4 times or 3 times. 3. And where are we? Yeah, this is the updated tile set, it looks like. Oh. Maybe not? Oh, this is not the updated tile set. Well, you have these anyway, so what you would do in this case is right below where you have these ramps, right? These reverse ramps. Now, obviously, you'd have to adjust the layout here and there, but... Excuse me. I don't know why all of a sudden that made it angry, but... So I guess it's a little more challenging than it made it seem in this one particular retarded case. But that's how you paint the tiles. At least you know that much. I didn't even notice that you ended up doing this in some areas because of the nature of my playthrough. It didn't really come into play, but I do like these raised areas, the one-ways. They add a little something to approaching the bases. I don't even think it would be possible for him to add that. It would be possible for him to add that. I'm being facetious, but
somebody would first have to design the functionality, like on reading, like the functionality for the game to read that data, and then tell SI how to do it. It's much better if we just do all the work in MapQuery. One thing I would ask you, at this point, you're fairly comfortable with Badlands and Jungle, it seems, as far as the tile sets go. So, in general, with your later work, obviously this is map crap. I don't think that the visuals are necessarily a big focus, especially in terms of like really small scale stuff like this. But you'll notice here there's an improper blend inside Blizzard's lardism. I could fix this on the tile set level at some point, I probably will. But until I do, if you see this, just cycle it out. You know, usually it doesn't take too long. And then obviously just take a look for any situations where you get the same tiles in close proximity. Right. Watch your outer corners. Better if those don't tile. There's only 2 options you got, so until I make some more variants, you're kind of stuck with that. Alright, stuff like those. Oh, I guess you really should be doing something like this. Yeah. You know, little shit like this goes a long way to improving the ability for players to see the work that you put in. And most of the time, players are not going to notice any of this shit. They'll notice this. This is just Blizzard likes pebbles. But most of the time, they're not going to notice stuff that's more that would catch my eye more. And they will notice stuff like this, where there's like 1, 2, 1, 2. But they're going to note they're not really necessarily going to immediately catch on to it, which is why it's helpful to ask another map maker specifically to look at your content, because I will notice that and I'll be able to tell you why, whereas they'll just generically feel like something's fucked up. Yeah, that's a vanilla tiling issue. I found that out when I was like 13. I saw it in a Blizzard map. It's at least in the 3rd Brood War Zerg mission, where you have Phoenix and you have to kill all the Kalmorians and mine all their money. And I opened up Start or whatever I was using at the time, and I quickly like painted around with cliffs, and until I got it happening to me, and I said, "What the fuck, Blizzard?" It happens all over the place. See? So there's more than one case of it happening. There's this case, and then there's the case where it's this one blended with this one. These 2 right here blend together. So you really gotta micromanage this particular tile set. To my knowledge, it doesn't happen in other ones. I may just have not noticed. So. As far as pathways and points of interest, yeah, I already did that for my submission. You can pull out the tile set from the MPQ or from the EXE. MPQ's in the dev folder in the archive. So first thing I would say is it's a little odd that the asphalt goes the way it does and you don't have any of it on the higher ground. Maybe it's just because I know that this is now possible that I would expect it, as far as the asphalt ramps and stuff connecting things. It is just a little too convenient that the mountain ranges are, or whatever these hills are, right? The gradations of height are done so in a way where they formed naturally, we'll say, to facilitate such pristine roads. I don't know if I've done a great job at making that seem better in my Hydra maps, but I'll open up the first Terran mission to compare.
Wow, it's so much brighter. So much more yellow. So maybe the key thing here is that even though there's asphalt everywhere, it's also like it plays around with elevation a lot, and it leaves a large part of the map alone. Like this whole strip is just left to be, whereas like this is boxed into. You're boxed in, surrounded on all sides by asphalt, and it just seems odd. You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe a lot of dynamite was used here. Dynamo. Dynamote. These are more aesthetic points anyway. These aren't really... I'm not talking about pathways or points of interest yet. The other thing I would suggest is to play around with player expectations towards the corners, the borders of the map in general, to make it seem a little bit more like there's more on the map more than this area than what you see on the map, right? Now, a lot of cases, I just let the road run off, like you see in the bottom left of this map. And, I have the road over here. So you do a lot of that. I guess this map's decor isn't quite finished anyway. So that's a good idea. But there's ways you can take it further. I don't know which maps would be a good example of this. Stuff like this, I guess. Where this is actually the edge of the map. Oh no. I think I got annihilated from our resizing it or something. But little bits like this go... Wow, talk about terrain tiling. Holy fuck. Alright, anyway. This map's decor isn't done either because I haven't gotten a chance to mess around with it too much, but maybe the first Zerg map will be better for this. Just when you're looking at borders, look for ways to imply that there's more elevation or more things going on, more scenery, more set pieces. The second Zerg map is probably a better idea for this because there's asteroid bits on the exterior of the platform, and so you immediately get a sense that there's like other entities in the middle in the outer areas of the battlefield. Stuff like that can go a long way as well aesthetically. Makes your map feel a little bit more than just an actual level. It breaches that little bit of immersion. You know what I mean? The process that DF talks about in the chat can also be used, but I usually forego trying to justify the boundaries of the map with the in-game terrain, and instead I try to that's just kind of a given to me. It's sort of like, why are you commanding units, and like why are units not moving to the front lines themselves? Like why do I have to order them around? It's like the same level of abstraction to me. Rather than worrying about players thinking, being frustrated at the arbitrary nature of the restrictions of the map bounds, I feel like most players would take more positively to the there's more around the corner that you don't have access to approach, because if the inverse was taken and everything was closed off, it would feel way too convenient. So I think you stretch the suspension of disbelief either way. And making something more aesthetically enticing is generally preferred. And I think you can do that best with map details that run off the map, if you will. Right. I mean, certainly some cases like that make sense.
Like, there's going to be a few destroyed bridges that I add to in Consummate's jungle tile set. And I will use those throughout the map in a few different areas. Or throughout the campaign in a few different areas. And some of those will be in map borders or near them or something. They can be visual storytelling pieces. Right? And that still can contribute to a sense of scale and a sense of world building and a sense that this isn't just some place that I'm being forced to fight in for some reason. You know what I mean? So that can be used positively as well. I just think that if it was taken to anywhere close to an extreme, it would start to feel played out. I think. But maybe I could be proven wrong. I'm willing to keep an open mind. So you asked me about pathways and points of interest. I made some comments about this during the playthrough and in the aftermath of it. If you want me to use the 2 workers that I get... I mean, if you remove these 2 workers, and I'm just playing Protoss against this Mongol, and it's a 3-way free-for-all, this map is a lot more approachable. I used the other 2 workers to create tech trees because that's what I thought I was supposed to do from a strategic standpoint. And now, obviously, having played it, I think you can secure a much stronger victory if you just focus entirely on building up as Protoss and you don't worry at all about doing anything else. And you just don't engage at all with the other 2 races. And the reason being is that you can focus all of your mental acuity on your strategy as Protoss, and you can defend with photon cannons rather than worry about creep at the Zerg base or room for supply depots at the Terran base, and so on and so forth. And you can worry less about, like, if you lost all of the Zerg or all of the Terran stuff, you would feel like you actually lost a lot more than you did. So your knee-jerk reaction is to try to preserve those, but there's no place to preserve them. There's only more vulnerable expansions to take. I can make an argument that this base is down here is actually better than your starting position, but I would say your starting position is probably the safest base entirely. So if you wanted players to try to take advantage of these new races, you would have to have them already have a starting base on the map, like a command center and a hatchery. Or you would have to expand the map south. This is what I would recommend. Expand the map towards the south. And to the east, probably. Push red back towards the east a little bit more. And then you would have your starting base still be exactly where it was, but you would have enough room for a mineral only and maybe move a gas from one of these bases to another mineral, otherwise mineral only. So you'd have 2 new expansions to the south of the player. They would be hard to defend from an attack angle perspective, but because they're so far away from the other combatants, you would have an easier time taking the area in the early game. And then you could choose from that point what you wanted to prioritize on. Without the gripes of the 2 workers, though, I would say I would recommend finding ways to encourage pathing around the enemy's strong points. This map is very cluttered because of the close proximity of the 2 AIs. I can't go around, I would have to go through Red's base to flank Brown's base from the north, right? So already, just by Red existing, this top half of the map is completely, or the quadrant, right? This top quarter of the map is completely inaccessible to me. And that is probably, that contributes to the feeling of helplessness because he's against a border, so I can't flank him from the west, right? And I can't flank him from the east because I would have to go through Red. So unless I go through Red, I can't flank him from the east. And obviously Red was gimped, and so he wasn't very competitive, and that allowed Brown to take a lot of ground. And so Brown became really, really strong, and the map itself was balanced in favor of him because I could not go anywhere through that. Well, I would again have you take a look at some of the Hydra stuff, or even the like I put you know players on borders in Todborne, although this is an older map than the Hydra stuff, so maybe that's not a good example, but I still provide a number of ways to attack angles to get into the base of each player. Like if you want to attack Crack, you can go through Mongo through this expansion of torpedoes into Crack from the north, or you can go through the west, or you can go northwest. So there's still a bunch of angles of attack. Now again, based on this change that moves an ally from this position to an enemy, it's probably going to suffer a similar fate to what I was just complaining about in your map, which is why you tend to not want to put AIs on borders, or players on borders in general. In this Hydra mission, you have a lot of maneuvering room. You can go from the southwest, go up through the southwest passage directly to the Chrysalis. You can wrap all the way around and flank from the north if you're trying to attack the player. If you're trying to attack any of the other AIs, the possibilities are even more in your favor. So the players are actually, they have quite a defensible position. They can attack Ultramarine through this northwest passage, northeast passage, wrap all the way around into the middle, and go from the west, from the southwest. They can even go all the way through Terran territory if they want to go down over here. And, I guess that not right now. I haven't added the ramp in there yet. But in theory, that's what they'll be able to do. So there's so many ways to just attack Ultramarine. If you want to attack Sienna, you can do that through this main entrance. You can go through this catwalk. You can go through this catwalk into this area and then through the catwalk again. You can flank and attack his backside base that's on the border. That will and cut off. That's a rotation spot where you can cut off his ground army. Attacking Tyrion over here is also equally open to interpretation, where you can go from the northwest, the west, the southwest, the south, the southeast, or just the east, I guess, in general. There's a lot of different attack angles that you can have. And so this is like some of these AIs or some of these players are placed close enough to the borders that it still feels like they're kind of at the borders. And yet you still see that through this level design, there's a lot of options for them. So I would say you have way more resources in this map than the previous map craps, which is a net positive. I would say that that's a bonus. That's a good thing. But I would also agree with you that there's not really... This map is too compact. It's too crowded. And I think with more work done on the pathways themselves, you could make this map size work with the number of expansions you have. But it would be pretty challenging. I'm going to make an analogy to something that I talk about with regards to storytelling. So when you have a story that you're trying to tell, I think it's a mark of a well practiced. It's the mark of a good storyteller if you can tell a story, a quality story, in a very short amount of time. So the shorter that your story is, without sacrificing, the shorter you can make your story without sacrificing impact, right? Generally, the better storyteller you are. It's a broad rule. There's probably tons of exceptions. And there's probably plenty of cases where you actually want something long. But that's an example of just a generic truism, I think. And what you can get out of that is by removing filler and making each little inch of your work as packed full of interaction or engagement or whatever as possible. That is a way for you to demonstrate your craftsmanship and your skill and your mastery. And so when you take this example, the smaller your map can be while still being the best quality it can be, the better a level designer you are. Again, a broad rule. There's plenty of reasons to make big maps. and plenty of reasons to want big maps. So, not saying that that's something that you need to take to heart and only make 64 by 64 maps from now on. But there's a reason why you really need to spend a lot of time should you ever decide to make a map that's bigger than like 128 by 128. Because you have to justify the space. So you have to work a lot harder on your map if it's bigger. Because you have to justify why the map is so big. Generally speaking. And I wouldn't really want to... I wouldn't position red in this area at all. I would keep the bases exactly as they are. Would I? I might consider reworking this ramp area and adding a new base and making red start on the low ground and expand upwards quickly, but be isolated, like something like this. Right? We would clear out these doodads. And we would do something like this where we would move this ramp up, right? We're doing it super sloppy because we don't care. And we're just doing this for effect. And so you've got a complete ramp over here. Imagine that. There'd be another ramp over here. I guess, actually, now that I think about it, we don't even need this ramp. Right? So we make this. We add a ramp over here. Where's one I can take? There you go. Ramp. And then you move red down here. And add some minerals. Wow. Well, you would fix that somehow. And then you would move these units down here. And all of a sudden now, if we remove this, right, and we throw this here, now, if I want to flank brown, I can go through this, which might end up being red's natural. But I can still go through here, in theory, to wrap around. Another thing you could consider doing is you would still keep that the way it was, right? Let me go back. So you'd still make all those changes. But then on top of that, you would put this base over here that's brown's natural, in theory. You'd put this on the high ground. Now, what you accomplish by putting this on the high ground is, besides fucking up the resource areas some more, is we'll demonstrate again. We're just really rough draft concepting right now. You do that, right? You've got your shit together somehow. You've assembled it. You've got your base. And by putting this on the high ground, and we'll say, again, we want this base to be kind of open to attack, so we would put like a ramp here, and then a reverse ramp here. And so there's a couple of different ways you can get in, and it's a very cramped area. So in this particular case, the AI can't reliably set up a lot of factories or defense over here. So they've got to take the base because it's valuable. So they would take this base maybe first or second, and they take it. And by giving them a disadvantageous position in terms of, or a hard to defend base so close to their main, you still unlock more potential for players to do. So the players can like run up here with zealots or nailots and harass, or they can you know, wrap over here or something. I don't know. Like, that's one thing that you could do as well. So there's a number of different things that you can do for that, but in my opinion, I would still suggest just expanding the map. So there you go. It's my extended review of your map crap. Well, you've already said that you tend to put players in corners, so that's something that you can watch out for. That's another reason to have bigger maps, by the way. I'm proud of you. Thank you for considering my sanity. What I will say, Veek, is I have been noticing a general improvement in your work. So don't take it as doom and gloom that I still have a lot to say about it. How you can improve more, or what I'm finding as far as that sort of stuff is concerned. What I want to do is I want to act as like... I want to distribute some newfangled concept of an ideal that you can strive towards, right? Rather than it be like, well, you're not at my level yet, so bye, right? Not that I'm accusing you of thinking that way, but that's kind of what I'm after. Generally speaking. I don't know why I use those assets at all. It doesn't make any sense. Here, we'll just delete all these doodads.
I think we're still out of luck.
So, DF, how's your improved sleep schedule treating you? You feeling more productive than ever? I hope so, because I got about 30 ramps I need for you. You still taking your walks and stuff? Or has that come to an end with the season? Oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't know what part of or what the difference is between your part of Canada and Mesk's part of Canada, but he talks about how he has always is like never. It's never warm or never cold enough for him. He's always sweating. So I'm told. Oh, okay. I hate not being able to breathe as liberally through my nose as I'm used to. Boy, does that suck. Such a mundane thing to be upset about, but I am upset. Hey. Yeah, that's what I found too when I searched. I didn't think it would be particularly useful for you. So I did not mention it. Yeah, Vic, let me just finish what I'm doing here. Oh, is that what you ended up finding? By the way, Veek, this is what I was talking about when I mentioned how convenient it was with your mountain ranges. Holy shit. More like how fucking inconvenient.
Tyre's heart rainbow light shines forth throughout the six realms and the Barda, enveloping the deceased ones wherever they are, purifying their
What am I even listening to?
cleansing them with Tyre's radiant blessing. Their forms become brilliant centers of light and dissolve into Tyre's heart mind, a realm beyond the cycles of suffering.
You actually. Well, I wish you luck. I'll be happy to write some iScripts for you if you need them done.
In exchange for your asset.
Excuse me. Yeah, what's a booga booga? Just tired of working around it. Sometimes you can't be attached to what you laid down years ago or whatever.
Sometimes you gotta watch it all burn. This mountain shall fall, and from the ashes shall rise a new structure that will shake the very foundations of this continent.
You feel me? Hey.
Don't do that, motherfucker.
Was talking to my cough when I said that. Did you by chance check out any of the map craps, Booga Booga? Some of them had some cool stuff. Yeah, the razor-backed pole. What happened to that, dude? That's crazy. No, yeah, this morning I played a bunch of submissions. The ones that were complete during the, at the right time, anyway. So I played, among them was mine. You probably saw me. That was what you were watching me do yesterday. But I actually played the released stuff. Some of them were pretty funny. The reaction poll is a smarter way to go about it anyway. It kind of, it cuts us off from being able to crowdsource the opinion from people who just watched casually, but clearly straw poll cannot be used reliably. I didn't even link it anywhere besides the YouTube video. It's probably Shirk. Oh yeah, of course. It is 100% what I would expect Razorback to do. Because of that alone, I must assume that that was the case, and he did it. As guilty as they come, and they come.
Yeah, it's just I can't imagine anything other than that being the case. Unless, like, again, unless it actually was Shirklastic. I could imagine Shirklastic doing that. But I don't know. That guy is like a fucking watch the world burn type troll, so that's the only reason I say that. Ta-da. Yeah, you better. Or else the Filipino mafia will come for you. All right, well, we've got our new spot here. Pretty sure that one's unreachable. Probably a result of me not properly... Like, I added that ramp and just moved it over now, and that's probably what happened. Probably what caused this whole furor. Alright.
I don't know if that's legal to say in public, Bellathon.
So I'm thinking we can get an asphalt piece in here, right?
I know it looks like a complete disaster right now, but I promise, guys, it will look slightly more polished after I'm done. All right, so we're taking a look at another mission from Veek. He wanted some feedback on this. I don't know if he's still in the chat. He'll have to tell me. This is actually a smaller map size than the first one, I believe. 120 by 120. Yeah, the first one was like 192 wide, I think. So I'm interested in what happened there. There's some doodads here I don't have access to. You. Alright, so players start again, and it seems like most players are starting in borders. So that's the first concern. Actually, I think if you canvas this out as 160 by 160, you have to have an offset of, I think it's 16. No. What is it? Oh no, that is 32, right? So how do I math? How I do it? All right, so that did that part, but then I need to figure out how to. Would it be 16 and minus 16? Looks like it's just 16 and 16. No. Wait, what? The last time is what happened? Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Whoa, whoa, don't do that. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I think you'd have plenty of space there if you did that. Anyway, all that just so I could then do this. And undo it all. Well, I don't know what the objectives are here. I assume this is a 4-way free-for-all. Team... You got one team over here. Then you got Zerg. You got Duke or whatever. And you got whatever's going on over here. Wow, this is a fuck-ass base. I guess it would be useful for Zerg, mostly. I would feel very dirty about making this base like this. Maybe one thing that would be more interesting that you could do here is putting the gas in a more neutral position and then putting minerals on either side. So it's like you're going to have you're going to have the same gas efficiency regardless of which place you set up shop at. But I don't know. That's like more of that's a way to make it balanced across all races. Whereas right now, obviously, it's kind of fuck ass for most races. Yeah. No, I like that you're experimenting more with that sort of stuff. Just remember what I was talking about with the whole height differences. Like in this case, you should be able to just use the crevices, wherever those are. Like, you should be able to just make a copy of the crevices and make it low terrain. Or something. I missed those doodads. You mean these? Oh, these. Check them out. Check out my 3. I would say this could be more of an interesting area if you had like a reverse ramp over here where these dead trees are. A small one, not a wide one. Very thin one. Might encourage you to put a gas over there as well. But I don't know. It seems like it's kind of suffering from a similar issue as the Mapcraft map, where there's a lot of res areas, but not too much security, I guess, for lack of a better term. Like, okay, so you kind of have to... You kind of have to design your base areas in such a way that the player has a few options with which to take map control or to leverage that expansion in some way. So the obvious one is to make it so that it's easily defended, or has some obvious way that you can start to set up defenses, even if it's not necessarily easy to defend. Still giving the player some sort of starting point, like a choke point of some kind, or room for bunkers, or whatever. And again, you want to think in the context of all races, so not just Terran, but room for static defense of any races. All right, so you have that as an idea, right? But the other thing that you can do is maybe the area isn't easy to defend, but still acts as, like, if you have control over this area, then you have a valuable piece of information for as long as that base stands. You know if enemies are moving or in the surrounding area, and you can use it as a way to, like, a forward staging post, and maybe it links up to a couple of different areas, right? So, say for example, so you take this base, it looks like it's supposed to be the Teal's Natural, this base right here. So if you were to take this base and you were to add a reverse ramp over here, where there's this little dip in the cliff, and a reverse ramp over here where there's this other dip in the cliff, then taking this base by itself doesn't guarantee you anything. But in order to properly defend it, especially as Terran where you want to put tanks and bunkers and shit on cliffs, if you can, especially to cover ramps, you kind of want to naturally
cover that area. And you're rewarded for doing so in a natural way. But you also then unlock a clear-cut pathway where you know it's secure. You secure a pathway to the rest of the map. Now, not every expansion needs to reward map control heavily, but all expansions should have some sort of map control-based reward that are irrespective of players or that expansion's resource quantity, or how easy or hard it is to defend, or the positioning of it on the map. Like, regardless of how you conceive of it. Like, if you look at Stormborn's expansions, every expansion in that map is at least... It's one of those things where you, by taking a pathway from a player's base to another player's base, you can go through an expansion. So if you go through one of any base in that entire map, you will be led in at least one, towards at least one other player. And more importantly, you'll be led towards at least a few different areas where a player could set up defenses or a staging ground or a different expansion or something like that. And so that's where you can see the value of the pathways. This base is sat here in the middle of nowhere, and if you're moving through here, it's like you're already kind of in the Zerg's territory. So as soon as you start to siege this base, assuming the Zerg takes it, like, you don't do anything differently by attacking this base than you do by attacking this base, pretty much. Like, you're still in the Zerg's territory. You didn't have to really move around. This is a little bit even, like, less defensible because you can put some tanks up here or whatever. But that's pretty much it. From the Protoss' perspective, this is kind of the same way, except the positioning of the Town Hall would put the Zerg at more of a weak spot. A weak spot. And I'm trying to see if I see any other examples of that. I don't know. I would probably throw, like, if you can find a way to make the elevation of adjacent resource areas or expansions or whatever varied, that can also naturally lead to a deviation from the norm, because players have to decide if they want to go up a cliff that has a natural defender's advantage to it. Players have to decide if they want to invest in securing a cliff versus a low ground base. You can make low ground bases more or less enticing for the player to control in different ways than you can make bases that are on the higher ground. So if you look at like this base is mineral only. This base is minerals and gas but experimental. If you put this base over here where this dip in the terrain is, presumably to stop tanks from parking there, you remove the issue of tanks parking there. You also now, by taking this base, you secure this pathway into the Zerg's base, whereas the Zerg securing it doesn't really do anything because they could just build defenses over here anyway. And them having a base here doesn't really help that, really. Like, it sort of helps them because it justifies more production, but they'd be better off either taking the base after you move it or taking a different base. So that helps the Zerg. That helps players who are trying to fight against the Zerg because they secure one of the pathways to it and they're rewarded for that map control with an expansion. That's like just one example. And you can already tell that there's like a bunch of different strategies that opens up and an obvious significance to doing it and a dichotomy of choices. They can choose to take a mineral only that's relatively easy to defend, doesn't leave your workers very vulnerable, and unlocks or facilitates pathing through your sphere of influence and the Zergs. Or they can choose this base over here that requires a bit more setup time to get fully operational, but has more of a top yield, has a geyser, does leave your workers vulnerable, especially against air units, because of the nature of pathing and the fact that you wouldn't be able to quickly respond. Does require, again, more defenses, like I said, more setup time, but also more setup costs. And really, unless you stretch out towards the north or start on the bottom and stretch out towards the east, it doesn't really facilitate as much control. So you can see where like the resources provided are balancing the scale, right? Where you're taking a whole like selection of different traits that an expansion has, and you're saying like, well, this expansion has different attributes than the other one. Here's what the strengths and weaknesses of each one are. You evaluate them across that. If you read the Stormborn design diary, it talks about this exact thing. How I usually gauge it based on... hold on, let me pull it up. I'm going to miss some of them if I don't. So, how close is it to other players? How easy is it to access adjacent pathways? How easy is it to defend and to mount an attack from? How much build space does it offer? How many resources does it offer? So, those 5 questions there are what I'm subconsciously engaging with whenever I'm trying to design a base. So, again, defensibility, well, staging. What is the quality of it as a staging area? Both to stage a defense from an enemy attack and to stage an attack against an enemy defense. How easy is it to simply maneuver units around, right? So this one would score low in maneuverability because of the pathing, but at higher in resources than this one, and so on and so forth. So you try to figure out how your expansions are handling in that sense. And if you have 2 that are scoring very similarly and they're adjacent to each other, consider why you have 2 distinct ones at all. Not to say that there's no good answer for that. Maybe the answer is I have to support multiple players, and multiple players in this area. But still then you could probably find a way to make one of them more distinct than the other in some way. So... that's what I would say in that sense. Like, what I was talking about in this particular case is I was looking at the Stormborn map, and I was talking about how this area down here is not as close to enemies and doesn't provide as much maneuvering room as the base into the top left, and the top left base has gas and a decent amount of minerals, whereas this base has more minerals. But this base has much more build space and is so much easier to defend than this one. So those characteristics, again, are exchanged, and this allows players to decide which one they want to take first, and also which one they want to dedicate the most amount of defenses to, and which one they want to stage attacks from, that sort of thing. So that's what I would recommend in general, is like looking at it from that perspective. So right now I can see a lot of bases are pretty much identical in that they like securing them doesn't really offer the player that much beyond the exact resource count, so you don't really get anything other than the resources. The map control is not really that worthwhile, and so you want your expansions to be more than just base areas. You want your expansions to be points of interest that transcend, like, not every one of them should be super valuable, but they should all have some value in that context. Of if you took away the resources, you would still want some units here, or you would still get something out of putting some units here. You know what I mean? Well, pathways that lead to expansions and sometimes through expansions are fine, but the problem is certainly happens if you were to let the AI populate this map, right? You write AI for the players as well as the others, and you let the AI populate the map, they're going to run into each other all the time. And that's another issue of having them by borders and having insufficient pathways to angle into enemy bases and flank into their bases and stuff. That's just par for the course. So you'll find that you worry less about positioning of resources, and you have less problems with clutter when you provide a lot more options for the player to engage differing bases. And so when your pathways are handled better, your resource areas are handled better, sort of as a rule. Like, they just sort of conform to whatever your new pathways are. So yeah. That's my feedback. Hopefully it was helpful.
No problem. Sure. Happy to help where I can. Excuse me. It is late. All right, take care. Sleep well. So what happened with your Microsoft account, DF? It's no longer cucking you every time you change a tab or refresh or something? Pretty impressive. Because you were anonymous at the beginning of the stream or something. The Mapcraft stream. How did you even spend Sparks? Oh, because they're free now. So anybody can do it. That's why. It's a good feature. Where did it all go wrong? I think I have to sneeze again. Maybe not. Check out my Winding Dick Road. Right, yeah. Yeah.
Mike, I gotta tell you something. I know you just moved into some new digs, but we got a problem, okay? When Mongo took off to chase into your old apartment, he took most of your fucking donuts with him. You gonna let that happen, Mike?
Oh yeah, you were telling me something about CSGO bots earlier. I think you were saying that Samir Penis should be a personality. One, man. I was half of mind to fire up 1.6 and see what bot modding and that was like. Should we even experiment with that at the end of today's stream? Because it is the end. I'm not doing much else. Today was a struggle to get through. Somehow it's almost 4 hours in, but I can't imagine most of that was very productive. It's just what happened. Nice anime, by the way. Just what happens when it's... when you're under the weather. I just want to know the price of the game. What the fuck? Why can't I see the game's price?
Buy this game as a gift for a friend. It says it right here as potentially as a that would. How do I? There's no button. Hello? Am I missing something here? Anybody got any ideas? I think I have to go look at it on the Steam website. Wow, it's still $10. That's crazy. Alright, I expect this to break my desktop capture, but we'll see. Yes. Excellent. It just crashes if you alt-tab, I guess. Huh. You, actually. My microphone input didn't change at all, did it? Okay. Mike! Yeah, I was just saying... Oh. I think it's restarting. No, it just crashed. The game will run in software mode. Wow, thanks. Except you didn't run in software mode, you fucking idiot. What a disaster. Although, Counter-Strike is even... I mean, Global Offensive has even more problems, so... What a disaster.
What a mess. Okay. I just want to see... I've never played this version of the game, so... What the fuck? How do I add bots, dude? Is this supposed to be in the middle of my official product? Why is there a delay in moving after you land? Something tells me my settings are not configured properly. Mostly because I tried to, I don't know, let's try this. I just want to see. I'm going to check it out. We'll see what happens. Arctic Avengers. Okay. But how do I add a bot? Can't believe I gotta look this up. Oh, you have to install them. Really? Is this real? You have to actually have to install the bots? It's just an EXE? This seems like a virus. Alright, well. I don't think so, buddy. Nice texture, dude. Hey, it doesn't Dust 2 in this version of the game have, what the fuck? Some kind of sniper nest? Wow. Lag, by the way.
I'm pretty sure Dust 2 in this version of the game has barrels. Quite impressive. Alright, well, an inglorious end. Couldn't even figure out how to add bots SMH. Not without getting virused anyway. Well, we did do one productive thing today, which was try to figure out what we're going to do with this second map. It's looking a lot more civilized now, despite the presence of anime. So we will do that more later. I know you guys can't see that. That's because OBS is a functioning program. I'm going to head to bed pretty soon, and it's almost 10 o'clock here, which is my bedtime, of course. Thanks, everybody who hung out today. And I know I was not as productive today as I normally am, but that's okay, because just under the weather. That's what happens. I have another day off tomorrow from my job, so I will be back here tomorrow morning with another stream. Tackle some more Todborne stuff. Hopefully we'll find some more success then than we did now. And then after that, we'll see what else we do. So, see you guys in about 13 hours. Or 11 hours? 11 hours. 1.